What is it, garnet and crimson and whatever y'all call it down here?
Down there, yeah, crimson.
Hey, the only reason I say that about all right, number one after the first round, that is Jared Perdue that you see sitting in the left-hand lane right here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance lane in that 62 Chevy 2 wagon. He's out of Peoples, Ohio. Gene Fulton Power Plant underneath the hood for him. He's going to go down the track alongside of Dan Hogan out of Cumming, Georgia, in his flat-out Falcon that he's in the number 5 spot after the first round. And Purdue goes faster. So, and Dan Hogan, let's see, he does go a little bit faster as well. So, round 2, bringing forth some good times right here as these guys are getting adjusted to this Holiday Raceway and making some fine runs out there. And Quayne ain't even here. I ain't seen Quayne, so he ain't tuning on it. Wonder if they had to follow him out. I don't know. All right, Loganville, Georgia's racer Jimmy Huff in the Quick Time Performance right lane. Jimmy Huff has campaigned that you see in front of you the entire time he's been in the Southeast Casters. Visited Victory Lane more than once in this car, and a fan favorite everywhere we go. You won't find a finer human being than Jimmy Huff right here, who sits in the Quick Time Performance right lane. And going down the track alongside him is going to be the number 8 qualifier after round 1, Illinois' very own Wallace in the Express 1952 Pontiac Chieftain. So Jimmy Huff making a run right now after having problems in round number 1. So Huff going to be solidly in the field. No improvement that time for Wallace as we await the next 2 coming out of the water box. Couple of big cars right here to the 53 the 53 Chevy right here of Heath Adams from Greenville, South Carolina. He occupies the Larice Motorsports lane in the Rusty Bullet, powered by and AP Race Cars built this race car for Heath Adams. Heath Adams, the winner of our Shady Side event to conclude our 2025 season. He's going to go down the track alongside the man that's the current points leader, hails from the great state of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, to be honest. That's Todd Oden in that 58 Delray. Oden and Son Racing, one-way technology power underneath the hood for him. as Todd was a runner-up to Jaron Purdue in last year's point standings and is a two-time world champion in his own right. So Todd Oden definitely improving on his time right there, but not enough to overtake Purdue. Heath Adams with a very consistent race car as he is almost dead to the number he was in round number one. Oden had his car looked like it just kind of went straight up in the air, then started forward instead of the characteristic leaving the line and gaining ground. Crew members out there picking up something that must have fell off the double X. So that might be something that caused the problem for Oden as we await the next pair coming out of the water box. Looks like that's going to be Columbiana, Alabama racer John McLaughlin in the disorderly conduct, the 48 Anglia. He'll be over in quick time performance right lane. And in the left lane, that's going to be Alan Lovelady out of Hayden, Alabama, in his new race car called the Underdog 2. Lovelady ran Superstock for a couple of years, now has moved up to our C gas category. Got his lovely wife Shannon out front, bringing him up to the line. Jody McLaughlin going to bring up her husband John in the 48 Anglia. Lovelady purchased this car from Todd Rosenberry up in Pennsylvania. Rosenberry, a paint and body man, and I'm telling you what, there's enough flake in that car that he's got right there to make a pass for you. All right, both cars through the lights right there. As Lovelady going to definitely pick up. John McLaughlin, the number 7 qualifier, definitely picks up some too. So after having trouble in the first round, those guys are getting better. All right, Washington, Indiana racer Jeff Jones driving the Renegade, owned by Ken Rainwater right here. One-Way Technologies underneath the hood right there, and that is Jeff Jones' company, One-Way Technologies. The Renegade right here was a B-gas car. They changed the motor and combination around, put it in C-gas trim, and they got Jeff Jones piloting it right now. So Jeff Jones definitely making an improvement in his first round of qualifying here. I tell you what, these guys have the adjustability in these drivers. They know how to work on their cars. They can be some difficult cars to work on, these straight axle gas, but these drivers are doing a good job between round 1 and 2. And what will it be by the end of the day? They'll have it hopefully all figured out. We'll see our best times of the day. Hey, the dude over here got his arm. He's standing behind his girl, and he's got his arms wrapped around her. She's heavy. Shit out of it. That's funny. That is funny. I ain't never seen that. EBT card. All right, folks, that's going to do it for C gas as we get ready to move into B gas. So we have set the field as soon as it's handed to me. B gas, the number one qualifier, Ted McKee in the Rocky Top Missile, and Wayne Swafford in the Leroy. They sit atop the B gas category right now. He got a lot of guys sitting behind him ready to pounce on him. One named Michael Oden, one named Charlie Lee. I see those two guys sitting back there, and they definitely have a chance to overtake and become 1 and 2 in the qualifying. And some people moved out. And look, yeah, 10 cars.
Yeah, we're good. Y'all ready?
And I can say, I never thought I'd see this. They showed up. They have showed up. Do what now? You need me to call somebody? Number 6 qualifier, Kelvin Cannon in the loose. It's over in the quick time performance lane, and he's going to go down the track alongside the same man he did in the first round, and that is Mike Blackwell in the Thunderstruck out of Capabella, South Carolina. Blackwell with the Fulton Power underneath the hood for him in a gorgeous Thunderbird. He has been campaigning for about 2 years now after that car was built up at the Top Speed Shop in Columbus, North Carolina. Kelvin Cannon got high performance race engines on there for him. And if you ever get a chance to talk to Kelvin Cannon, a very interesting man, a wonderful fabricator, just a real Renaissance type of guy. He has raced, sand rails, Baja, you name it. Kelvin Cannon's probably sat his rear end in it and been strapped into it. So Mike Blackwell, no improvement for him. Kelvin Cannon has a good little improvement for himself right there after having a little bit of problems at round number 1 as we get ready to see the next two come down the racetrack. That's going to be the Winchester, Tennessee racer, Greg Adams, Hillbilly Hoodlum. He'll be over in the quick time performance right lane. And in the left lane, there sits the 62 Comet of Brad Wimberly out of McDonough, Georgia, with the Lamar Walden racing underneath the hood for him. Wimberly making the move from C gas to B gas this year and doing it in fine fashion as Wimberly family, no stranger to speed and no stranger to 4 horsepower. I didn't know if Rob built for it or not. Cool. Man, what to leave that time by. Uh, Greg Adams, he really put the pedal to the metal, as they say right there, and he is going to improve his elapsed time. Brad Wimberly also going to improve his elapsed time. So round number 2 looking to be a way for these guys to jump up and make some noise in the qualifying standings. Okay, I can just read it off this if I need to. All right, Michael Oden, who qualified number 8th out of Birmingham, Alabama, here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left. Double down. Woodway Technology horsepower underneath the hood. MTO Motors sponsoring this car. Oden's car moves to the left, and he corrects it, brings it back, goes down the track. They didn't get to announce that Mark Jones was the guy he was going down the track against, and both drivers make a significant change and move up the ladder. So that's a good move for both those cars as they get ready for first round of eliminations coming up this afternoon. You know, I didn't turn it off. Well, we've done that before too. All right, this is Tim Lell, Dream Chaser, right? All right, Tim Lell up here next, who had some problems in round number 1 of qualifying. He calls this the Dream Chaser. He's going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in his first ever race with us here in the Southeast Gassers. And a man who took a absolutely wild ride in the first round, Charlie Lee, man who has won several events here in his Mustang. He's out of Sparta, Tennessee. He'll be in the quick time performance right lane. And harnessing that horsepower proved to be a lot for Charlie Lee in the first round. Let's see if they got that car settled down and ready to go. That's why Charlie Lee's a championship drag racer. He and his dad right there working on that car, getting it going straight. Good run for him, as that's going to put him right up in the thick of the top 5 here, and maybe even the top 3 of this B gas competition qualifying here today. A gas, if you're not in the lanes, we need you there now, please. A gas drivers, if you are not in the lanes, we need you there now. All right, the number 1 and 2 qualifiers are going to go down the track alongside each other again here in the second round of qualifying as they laid down the numbers to beat in the first round. Ted McKee and the Rocky Top Missile being here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. He was the number 1 qualifier after round number 1, and his Tim Freeman prepared motor and the Gene Fulton prepared motor underneath the hood of the car driven by Wayne Swafford, the Leroy, over in the Quick Time Performance right-hand lane. Swafford out of Fingerville, South Carolina. Ted McKee out of Lenore City, Tennessee. So Ted McKee with an absolute car that's on a rail. So that is no improvement for either driver right there, but numbers very, very similar to their first round. So we will have to take a minute or two. Track officials are telling us there's a little bit of work that needs to be done on the track before we start our A-gas round number 2 qualifying. Don't forget, if you're looking for any of your officially licensed merchandise, any of the first uh, gear right here, you can find it at Southeast Caster Gear right here at the top of staging, right here, the burnout box. Stephen and Holly Smith right there for all your needs, whether it be a sticker or a pedal pin, all the way down to the posters for this event and other. They make great cave items that you put up. So go see Stephen and Holly Smith right there for all your officially licensed Southeast Caster gear. Don't forget about going by the concession stand and giving them some love over there. They've been working hard for snacks and food for all of people here today. We want to thank you from the Southeast Gassers Association and Holiday Raceway for taking your time to be here with us today. Make our first trip to Holiday Raceway, and it has been so far a good one. The turnout, I look down the hill right here. Love to see people standing along the fence, filling up these bleachers. We hope that we take you right back to a 1960s era drag race and make you feel like you've seen some of the best drag racing. Heads up, first to the finish line, 4-speed drag racing you've ever seen. We'll be down for a moment, and we'll be back. Thank you. Well, while we take a moment, I want to go ahead and update the qualifying for you, keep you informed. CGS qualifying, this is final qualifying after 2 rounds. Sharon Purdue in the 62 wagon sits number 1, followed by Heath Adams in the Rusty Bullet. Ernie Smith in the Saturday Night Special sits 3rd. Jeff Jones is going to be 4th in the Renegade, followed by Larry Cummins in the Jumping Jack Flag. Todd Oden sits 6th in the Double X. 7th is going to be Dan Hogan in the Flat Out. 8th is going to be held down by Randy Kiefer in the Spine Singular. 9th, Scott Wallace in the Indian Express. 10th, Alan Lovelady in the Underdog. 11th, John McLaughlin in the Disorderly Conduct. 12th is going to be Jimmy Huff in the Hoopty Coop. And 13th, rounding out the field, is going to be Mark Halleck in the Sasquatch. To round out our B-Gas qualifying, this is after 2 rounds. Number 1 qualifier is going to be Ted McKee, the Rocky Top Missile, followed by Charlie Lee in the Tennessee Charlie down the 2 slot. 3rd is going to be held down by Wayne Swafford in the Leroy, and Michael Luden clicking in number 4 in the Double Down. 5th spot going to be Mike Blackwell in the Thunderstruck, followed by Kelvin Cannon in the Loose Cannon. Greg Adams in the Hillbilly Hoodlum sits 7th. Mark Jones in the Mini Quick 3, 8th. Brad Wimberly in the Southern Sizzler 9th, and Tim Lale rounds out our top 10.
Thursday, somebody called me and said that they had a stroke. They was talking in and out of his head and know about it. He was rushed to the hospital by ambulance. He got there with UTI infection. So it's been 20 years old, maybe. So they put somebody back there on and do it. They get
Oh, shucks. All right, A-Gas, round number 2 coming your way right now. We got Todd Blackwell over here into the Reese Motorsports Insurance Lane in the slingshot. So Blackwell with a par race engine in the left-hand lane. He's going to go down the track alongside of none other than Greg Porter, the Night Stalker right there, that beautiful race car that has been a legendary gasser for years and years out here. He's been an original with us. It took some years off, and now he's back. His beautiful wife, Cassandra, bringing him back. Todd Blackwell's wife, Mandy, bringing him back into the lane to get him ready for the lights. So this ought to be a good one right here. This could be a final round anywhere you go. Par race engine underneath the hood for Todd Blackwell. Fulton power underneath the hood for Greg Porter in the Night Stalker. Night Stalker getting over to the center. He has to think better of it, let out of it, and get it for round number 1 of competition. So a hard leave right there by the Night Stalker, and that thing goes over toward the center. Getting a little bit rowdy is the Night Stalker. Rocky Top, it's number 1. Don't worry about it. Number 1.
car number.
Here. Yeah, you do that. I don't want to do that. He needs them incrementals, man. All right, next year down the racetrack, going to be a couple of good-looking race cars right here. First off, in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane, that's going to be Blake Housley, who had some problems in round number 1 in his 55 Chevy called Mr. 477 cubic inch Morrison racing engine underneath the hood for him. Then you got the Big Chief in Rainwater, the number 2 qualifier after round number 1, and he had no problems at all in that car that he calls the Instigator. That's a new car that he just brought out this year. Kimberly, Alabama sits before you in the Quick Time Performance right lane, and Lee Summit, Missouri driver Blake Housley in his 55 Chevy in the Quick Time Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. Ken Rainwater gets almost to the top, but he does not quite make it. He'll stay in that number 2 slot right now. And Ben Christopher still your provisional number 1 with more 8 gas coming your way. Good improvement right there for Blake Housley as he gets solidly up into the field. Gosh, gotta hope it's Ash. Tell you what, he scares me. Your 2025 defending world champion is Chase Howard, sitting in the left-hand lane of the Reese Motorsports Insurance lane in his 67 Chevelle Super Sport, the USA 1. Fulton Power Plant, 477 cubic inches underneath the hood for him that carried him to a championship last year. Fulton Power also under the hood for the quick time performance lane in the right of Barry Adler, the 63 split window Corvette, 451 cubic inches, the cubic inch of choice for Adler, who sits in the quick time performance right lane in his quick time performance sponsored race car. Doing got time to train these people. Come on, do that in car. Ugh. She don't know what she's doing. All you doing making this other car get hot. Chase Howard still having trouble off the line. Car shaking and bouncing all around. Both drivers, I don't know what kind of trouble Adler had. Both drivers abort their run. And they'll have to stick on their times from the first round. And I got to be honest with you, Chase Howard may have improved a little bit, but he's down at the bottom of the ladder. And that is nobody you want to see in round number 1 if you're a top player, is the defending world champion Chase Howard. That could be some big time drama in round number 1 coming up. All right, Wapaka, Wisconsin driver Greg Stelz in the 1957 Pontiac, the Joker. He sits in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. His wife Leah backing him up. Greg's Speed Shop, you see there on the side. They build their own engines in-house now in their Wapaka, Wisconsin shop. 477 cubic inches of horsepower is what they're trying to possess right there. And they're going to go down the track alongside of Ray Ballou out of Georgia in the Bad Alibi, the 1955 Ford that sits in the quick time performance right lane. What a leave right there by Greg Stelz. He was able to keep it pretty squared up and got that car down the racetrack and hustled it down through there. Good run right there for Stelz. Let's see if it's going to, yeah, it's definitely going to improve his qualification time from round number 1. So that is a quality run right there by the Joker. What's that guy doing on the starting line? I've never seen him before in my life. Camo guy. I've never seen him at an event. I don't know who he is. He's just a fan who walks out there with a cell phone. He doesn't have a media credential on. That's what I'm asking. But I'm focused on Leslie, and I've never, you know, he's got flip flops on. I'm serious, dude. Something needs to be done. Somebody on the track, if he's not supposed to be out there, got the camo, the flip flops on, he don't have a media credential. No. All right, next two down the racetrack going to be the number 7 qualifier after round number 1 in 2022 and 2024 world champion, and that is Leslie Horn in the chip 55 Chevy. Gene Fulton horsepower underneath the hood for him. 477 cubic is the cubic inch of choice for him. Steve McNamara in the Little Johnny is going to sit over in the quick time performance right lane. He qualified in the number 5 spot after round number 1 in his first race ever with it. He's out of Tyler, Texas. Come on, McNamara, get in there, buddy. I like that roof on that car. That looks good. Come on, McNamara, get in there, buddy. Keep rolling. Come on. All right, Leslie, get in there. McNamara over the center line. Leslie Horn keeps it straight, gets it down the racetrack. Horn going to shave off a tenth from his qualifying time. So a tenth better in the second round for Horn. Number 1 qualifier after round number 1, Ben Christopher sits before you in the Larice Motorsports left-hand lane in his 66 Chevy 2 called the Happy Days. 77 cubic inch motor underneath the hood by Jason Line. Barry Lynn from Greer, South Carolina is going to occupy the quick time performance right lane in his 65 Chevy 65 Chevy Chevelle 2-door wagon that he calls the Little Red Wagon. Car race engines underneath the hood right there for him. New light powder coating, one of the sponsors on the side there for Barry Lynn. Whoa, Ben Christopher on a bucking Bronco. Barry Lynn all over the racetrack. as he crosses the center line right there as well. So a couple of drivers had a little bit of a tightening moment right there in that race. So they'll stand on their first round qualifying times. Christopher looks like he is still right now the number one qualifier with more drivers left to go. And Barry Lynn, he's 13th after round number one. That may be where he ends up after that run. Hey, you want to ask? You can ask. What I was talking about earlier. Chris said, no way. Don't want to spare that hornet's nest, do you, brother? Oh, man, a couple of guys I love right here. These are two good guys. Number 3 qualifier after round number 1 is Dean Jonas, who sits in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane in his car called the Agent Orange. He hails out of Mount Holly, North Carolina. That beautiful 66 Chevy, too. Another beautiful. I mean, I just love a Willie. Just scream gasser to me. And that is Brad Henry out of Knoxville, Tennessee, with his Fulton repaired 477 cubic inch motor in the Wild Child. It was wild a little bit earlier in round number 1 as you saw Brad Henry do a tremendous job of keeping it off the wall. Hey, look at his front gap to the back tire gap. That's wild. I hope I didn't want to run him around. Whatever problem Henry had in round number 1, he was able to rectify it in number 2, and he makes a nice move forward, does Brad Henry in his Wild Child 41 Willie. Dean Jones is going to have a hard time getting to that first turnoff road right there as he aborted his run. It's like he's still under power, though, and he'll make it to the turnoff at the top of the hill. So as we still have cars left to go here in round number 1 of A Gas, Dean Jones is going to have to stick on his first round of qualifying time. His last pair. We did select you. All right, Alan Pittman sits before you in the Grave Digger 2 right there. Pittman, the number 6 qualifier after round number 1. Last year, he campaigned a 41 Willis that was owned by Mike Ford. That car is going to be moving to C gas. Ford's going to be driving it. Alan Pittman, the chassis builder, has built him a Chevy 2 right here. Stretched out the wheelbase and got him something that he can handle a little bit better because that Willis he had was very, very tough to handle. Scott Budiselich going to go down beside him in the orange peeler. Budiselich here from the state of Alabama. Don't know who his motor builder is, but Fulton Competition building a motor of 477 cubic inches for Alan Pittman here in the Larice Motorsports left lane. Don't know what happened. It looks like maybe tire chatter or something of that nature. So hard in the left lane. I don't know. It's just a guess. Be interested to talk to some drivers here before they get down the racetrack again to see what they're going to do to change it. But it actually stopped on the racetrack. Don't know if he can refire that car or not. Hopefully he can. And get the moving. Pippen actually going to get out of the car, so that's making me think there's some kind of failure in that car. I don't know what that might be, but hopefully it's not terminal for today's racing for Alan Pippen. It's down in the floor. I have to push it.
Even when you're switching off, it's still got
A little.
where it's here. Yeah. Hey, I don't have sponsor book. I just got one last year at home. I don't have any reads. All right, so that's my fault. So I can't get you the reads now, but you can do ad lib, ARP faster, best faster, the automotive application. So something like that. Ram play.
Molly.
You want to write these down?
I need to.
So we just said ARP, Molly,
G-force. The driving force of the Southeast
and
Gassers.
this race is presented by Superior Performance Transmissions.
Who is that? Maybe it's somebody from this one. Yeah. Smell.
We got clear roofing. Good.
We need super stock and C to be in the lanes in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, super stock and C, you need to be in the lanes in 10 minutes. Trying to hit that, especially of Bowling Springs because there's so many locations.
Big jump.
Yeah. Yeah, you miss Lee coming up here. He's big. He's nationwide, buddy. He's nationwide.
Plugging Stephen, Southeast Gassers here.
Hmm. I'm gonna give Steven a plug now. Hey, while we got a downtime moment, if you're looking to pick up any gear from officially licensed gear from the Southeast Gassers Association, you can do so right here at the Burnout Box. Southeast Gasser gear all day. See Stephen and Holly Smith to find your latest designs, T-shirt, hats, event posters. Those things are really cool. I've got a collection from probably the last 12 years I've been doing this, and so those look great in your man cave. But also something you can get the drivers to sign while you're here. Go by and see them. They'll take good care of you. You're catching on. You're nobody's fool. So that's hair metal. Hair band. Are you born in the 80s? I was born in 2000. No, I know you were. You was born in 0. Wrong. 8. My son be 17. You already 16.
said, "Can you even guess what year I graduated?" I said, "Dad's 51 and he graduated in '93." So see, you're here. Like, and anybody had up that direct plug in there, and he can talk through the wireless mic, which just sounds like. It might work. He just had to use this mic, which is fine. He'll probably prefer that. You got a shot.
Once again, if you hadn't had a chance to visit the concession stand is open over in the pits. Southeast Gassers merch tent is in the burnout up here at the racetrack. If you hadn't had a chance to visit the Southeast Gassers merch tent, it's over here in the burnout.
We need super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes and sea gas. Sea gas to the lanes. I need Tony, you go to the water box. Y'all go to the water box. I don't know where my guy is. I don't know where Dean's
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Whether it's tires for your off-roading application, your street rod, and certainly the world of drag racing, from junior dragsters to the popular ET Drag Slick, which some of the top competitors in Southeast Gassers Association drag racing use to perform at a high level. It is Mickey Thompson, and high performance being synonymous for over decades. Those Mickeys are sticky. Get stuck with high performance with Mickey Thompson.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your street car or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a quick-time performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment.
Tap, tap. Who's there? Ice cold beer. Because at Wings, etc., cold beer is always on tap.
I need C-gas to the staging lanes. C-gas to the staging lanes. Hey guys, what you've just seen was just qualifying. And today's been a interesting day with this track. I told Chris Bash, the owner, so this track's almost too good of what we're used to. I mean, we've never seen cars this sideways and out of control across the center lines. Don't get me wrong, we we do cross center lines a lot, but this track is unbelievable. It's, you've seen some guys hit the wall, but everybody's still in. Everybody just hit the wall and stuff that's still in. So now, if you get beat, you go home. So what you've been watching now is just to qualify. Southeast Gas is so happy to be here in Alabama. We've been away from Alabama. Yes. We've been out of Alabama for several years now. Alabama fans are fantastic. We just we're so glad to be back here. We're so happy for Holiday Raceway. Hello, Chris Bash and his team has been fantastic to deal with, and that's why we wanted to come back here. So thank everyone here for being here. We really do appreciate you. One thing bad about Holiday Raceway, no, I'm kidding. Thank you guys for being here. My name is Rocky Platt. I'm the race director here. Been with South.
Test it, 1, 2, 3.
And Josh Lyles is going to agree to hold the flag for us and say the prayer. So if you would, please go ahead and stand. Remove your hats. I'm going to introduce Josh. I'm sorry, Josh, and then we'll move forward from there. Josh, you're in the Army, correct?
Thanks, Rocky. Yeah, these guys race. Rocky wants me to say a few things. Service. I spent 7 years in the Army with 101st Airborne Division. Spent 2 years in Iraq. That was the consent of my time in service. I was a helicopter door gunner crew chief. All right, let's have a word of prayer. Our Father God, we thank you for such a wonderful day of weather and a wonderful day that you've given us. Lord, we just thank you for your grace, your mercy. We thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ. God, from what I've seen so far, drivers are crazy. God, I just ask that you put a head of protection around them as they perform. Get entertained by watching them ride. God, I just ask that you watch over all the staff and watch over all the people watching and just do a wonderful, wonderful day. Amen.
Angela, we good? Thank you, Josh. Thank you very much. Appreciate you doing that. Hey, you walking back here today? Set that in the Worcester trailer for me. Just go. Hey, you'll see when you walk. Same side.
Testing.
All right, Tony Nowosadzki out of Gardendale, Alabama, here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. His 1956 Chevy called the Public Enemy. He's going to be the number 3 qualifier taking on the qualifier. Don Wilmot in that 66 Mustang that occupies the quick time performance lane. Wilmot with a huge wheel stand right there as they come off the line. Is it going to be enough to hang on at the end? No, Tony Nowosadzki takes the win and moves on to round number 2 in super stock competition at Holiday Raceway. That is none other than Rob Walden there in the quick time performance right lane in his 63 Biscayne. The Strychnine, he's out of Oroville, Georgia, right there. Lamar Walden race engines underneath the hood. He is the son of Mr. 409, Lamar Walden, and keeps that Lamar Walden race shop going right there in Georgia, building all kind of motors for all kind of street applications and racing applications. He's going to be taking on the Inman, South Carolina racer Dean Hall in the Sledgehammer. Shut right there. He'll take on. Gas, we need you in the lanes. Gas, you need to be in the lanes now. Gas, you need to be in the lanes now, please. Lacey Spring, Alabama, where Jerry Dean calls home. And there you see him in the right-hand lane, the 2-time and defending world champion in his Chevy 2 called the Last Rebel. He's being backed up by his crew chief, Gary Mitchell. He's going to be taking on Mickey Huddleston out of Cookville, Tennessee. In the Tricky Mickey, the 62 Chevy in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Gary Mitchell right there with Jerry Dean and a couple of other guys who have kept Jerry Dean in the victory lane quite consistently. I think Jerry Dean has probably only lost 2 rounds of racing in the last 2.5 years that he's been here in the super stock category. for you in the right-hand lane in the last Rebel 2 right now. And that's it right there. Jerry Dean streaking away, man. He held that third gear just right. Jerry Dean, nobody's doing it. We need B gas to the lanes, please. B gas to the lanes, please. B gassers to the lanes now. All right, on to C gas right here. First pair out, going to pit Dan Hogan out of Cumming, Georgia in the flat out Falcon. He's going to be over in the quick time performance 7 qualifier versus the number 8 qualifier, Randy Kiefer in the spine. Tennessee. The big 56 Pontiac Chieftain wagon with the Butler performance underneath the hood for him. Both drivers, we got a good drag race right here. Looks like Dan Hogan may be pulling away. No, Randy Kiefer pulls it out on the big end. That'll be a good one right there to see replay up. Randy Kiefer going to march over around number 2, but Dan Hogan giving him all he wanted right there in that 7-8 matchup. Next up, the number 6 qualifier versus number 9 qualifier here. All right, in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane, going to find Todd Oden out of Birmingham, Alabama in his 1958 Chevy Del Rey one-way technology. Todd Oden, the 3 points leader, as he was the winner of our first race of the year at Shady Side Dragway. Scott Wallace making his debut this year out of Ellery, Illinois, in the Indian Express, 1952 Pontiac Chief 2. And going to be a good drag race right here. Wallace, the number 9 qualifier, the number 6 qualifier. Todd Oden getting right back on track where he needs to be. be in the hunt for the finals right here today. He takes the win over Scott Wallace, who left early, and the big red eye catches him. Red means dead. Unfortunately, he's going to drive all the way back to Illinois, that red light going off in his head. That's the way we do it here in the Southeast Masters. No participation trophies, no second chances, as that will be the final right there as we go to the house. Unfortunately, Scott Wallace, great crew to have him out here, but that is a tough way to end in round number one. Number 4 qualifier, Jeff Jones in the Renegade is going to find himself in the quick time performance right lane. And in the Luis Motorsports Insurance left lane, John McLaughlin out of is going to be here. Number 11 qualifier in the left-hand side. The number 4 qualifier in the right-hand side is Jeff Jones. Washington, Indiana, and part of the one-way technology crew, as he is a owner there at One Way Technologies, and they have a one-way motor in that Renegade today. John McLaughlin also one-way technology motor. Washes over toward the wall in that Anglia. Jeff Jones keeps the Renegade straight and marches off for the next pair down in round number one. All right, 4th pair out right here in round number one is going to pit the Hayden, Alabama racer, Alan Lovelady, in the Underdog 2, who's the number 10 qualifier. He'll be in the Luis Insurance left lane, and he's going to race Larry Cummings, the godfather here, the number 5 qualifier out of Hammond, Louisiana, in his car, the Jumping Jack Flash, that beautiful Falcon that sits in the quick time performance right lane. Winner of this matchup going to get Jeff Jones in the next round. The Godfather puts him to sleep again right there as Lovelady was trying to eat in and already staged and kind of got caught bumping in there a little deep. The Jumping Jack Flash to the next round to take on the Renegade of Jeff Jones. All right, Ernie Smith up next right here in the Luis Motorsports Insurance lane, the 66 Chevy 2 4-door. There you see on the side, wings, etc., Boiling Springs, priority heating and air. Some of the sponsors right there for Ernie Smith. Ernie's going to have a competition sync as Jimmy Huff has broken. So all he has to do per the rules of the Southeast Gassers is take the green light. And so he is going to do just that and save his motor for his matchup next against Todd Upton in the second round. And that'll be a good. Jaron Purdue, your number one qualifier here today, going to get a bye run by virtue of being that number one qualifier. Took it a little easy coming out of the water box, sounded like he was just cleaning the tires off. Don't know if he's going to do it for a long time in late or not, as he's going to Randy Kiefer in the next matchup in round number 2. It looks like he is and does make a great pass. Wow, that is something unusual right there. Not to see a hard burnout right there, but Jaron Purdue has now a chance at setting the new ET record as he just broke his previous record. Now he'll have to back that up before the day is out. And if he can do so, he will be the new ET record holder here. Yes. All right, number 2 qualifier, Heath Adams out of Greenville, South Carolina. He's going to be in the Rusty Nail performance right lane. Part of the 7th pair here in first round. Don't see Mark Halleck in the. Mark Halleck looks like he has broken, and so he's going to receive a competition signal as Heath Adams. It's unfortunate too. Some of the cars, you know, some of the dated performance parts that they have here, you know, does not stand up to the test that these drivers are putting them under. And it looks like that's the case for the 13th qualifier, Mark Halleck. So Adams will have a competition single. That full motor performing very well for Heath Adams. And as it would have it, as luck would have it, to be honest with you, the competition single in this round by Halleck built in that the number 2 qualifier get by the odd number of cars we have. Adams is going to get a bye next round, so he'll move all the way to the semifinals. That is a very, very unusual and very fortunate thing for Heath Adams today. So he is already going to advance to the semifinal, but he does have to show up and make round number 2 pass. And that'll do it for a round number 1 competition in C gas as we get ready to move to B gas. And as we do so, I'm going to call A to the lane. A gas to the lanes, please, for first round of elimination. All right, moving into B-Gas, our number one qualifier in B-Gas today, Ted McKee, driver of the Rocky Top Missile. Charlie Lee going to be your number two qualifier, so we'll see them in competition in just a moment. First up, we're going to have the number four qualifier, Michael Oden in the double down two. He'll be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane right here in his 62 Chevy 2, backed up by his mother, Gina Oden. One-way technologies underneath the hood there for the Oden and Son Racing. Double down two out of Birmingham, Alabama. They're going to take on the Winchester, Tennessee racer and number 7 qualifier here today, Greg Adams in the Hillbilly Hoodlum. We got a good drag race here. Greg Adams takes the win right there. Oh, I'm sorry. Michael Oden takes the win. That is a margin of victory. That is a very short margin of victory right there. But Michael Oden pulling it out. So he moves on to round number 2, does the Birmingham, Alabama race. And that's how close it can be to loading your trailer or going back to round number 2. As unfortunately, Greg Adams making his 2026 debut finds out right here against load, and that is a tough way to lose. But man, what makes great competition here in the Southeast Gassers is razor narrow finishes. Michael got beat on the line. Didn't make it up in the 330. He come over the big. Okay, second pair out coming your way right now. All right, second pair out going to pit the Elizabethan, Tennessee Cannon, Luke Cannon. He's the number 6 qualifier. He'll be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Number 5 qualifier, Mike Blackwell out of Campobella, South Carolina, in his 55 Thunderbird called the Thunderstruck. He'll be over in the Quick Time Performance right lane, backed up by his daughter-in-law, Mandy Blackwell. Christy Burchett going to bring up Kelvin Cannon to the lead. Couple of good-looking race cars right here. The fit and finish on these cars are just second to none. And Mike Blackwell trying to advance on by here against Kelvin Cannon. That's no short order. Cannon with the starting line. Mike Blackwell going to move on as Kelvin Cannon turns on the red light. So no wonder he got a little bit of a quick start right there. So the red light catches Kelvin Cannon, and Mike Blackwell will move on. All right, next up, the third pair out is going to pit the number 2 qualifier in Charlie Lee against the number 9 qualifier in Brad Wimberly for the third pair out here in round 1 of B. Wimberly going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane in his 1962 Comet out of McDonough, Georgia. Once again, the number 9 qualifier here today. The number 2 qualifier out of Sparta, Tennessee is Charlie Lee. They call it Tennessee Charlie. He'll be sitting over here in the quick time performance lane. He's had a really a tale of 2 passes. His first round qualifying pass was very erratic and out of shape. His second round qualifying pass, very straight, very true. Hopefully they've got everything worked out. As you see his father behind the car, everything is right as they are a good team together. The right lane seems to be working well with the last 3 guys down as Charlie Lee takes the win where he'll take on Mike Blackwell in round number 2.
Yeah, David, the Southeast Gassers Association action has been wild here at Holiday Raceway.
Officials have done for us. Okay. So this is all. All right, number 4 qualifier, Todd Blackwell coming up in the slingshot into Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane. He's going to be taking on the number 13 qualifier out of Georgia, Alibi, and the first pair out here in A-gap round number 1. A-gap, we got 16 competitors, no buys here in A-gap. So whoever wins this one is going to get no free passes. You're going to have to earn it all day right here in A-gas. Just as Todd Blackwell smoking big time out of the left bank of that car as it went to the left hard. And then when he set it down, wall, there was a big plume of smoke out of the left bank right there. The car race engine was hurt any, but he did get to the finish line first. And we'll go down and take a look at the track, make sure there's nothing in that lane for any of our drivers to face as they come up next. But Todd Blackwell taking the win right there in round number 1. A-gas. I want to mention some of our great series sponsors here in the Southeast Gassers. ARP rods, rod bolts and connectors, the best, absolutely the best connectors in anything you could buy in the business. Ram clutches, Mike and Pat Norsha out of Columbia, South Carolina, the official clutch of the Southeast Gassers. Go on ramclutches.com and check out their full assortment of street to strip. Molly Motorsports, you can check out all their pistons, rods, everything that they offer there at Molly Motorsports. We're glad to have them on board. They have done some revolutionary type machining to help our drivers with a lot more performance, a lot more durability in what they're doing here with these cars. G-Force Racing Transmissions, transmission of choice here in the Southeast Gasser. Roby Myrick and his crew, they're in North Carolina. Roby unable to be here this weekend, but usually makes every race. He can service a transmission if one goes down on Friday night or even early in the rounds on Saturday. His customer service second to none. Talk about Summit Race Equipment. Everybody knows Summit. They have a Summit website that you can get on here with your phone. They got an app that you can order parts that you see on some of the cars here today, and you can have them in your possession probably as early as Monday, being it is just in the Atlanta, Georgia area. While we're going down our list of series sponsors, can't make it without Wings, etc. Boiling Springs. I have patronized that place probably more than my waistline should let you know. But Wings, etc. Boiling Springs, they do a great job there. Scott McFalls, the owner and proprietor there, they got us on right now on our live stream. We'll say hi to everybody there in Boiling Springs watching the race here from Holiday Raceway in Woodstock, Alabama. As you're there watching it live on the live feed in Spartanburg. And that's something else, folks. If you like what you see and are unable to make it to one of our next events, you can always catch us live on YouTube. Make sure you like and subscribe to our YouTube channel or to our Southeast Gasser Facebook page. We got an Instagram page as well to keep up with all of what goes on in the Southeast Gassers. Race sponsor today is Superior Performance Transmission. Glad to have them on board here. Superior Performance Transmission sponsoring your race here today. Greer Roofing. If you need any type of roofing done in any parts of the Southeast, Greer Roofing, that's G-R-I-E-R, Greer Roofing, they can take care of that from storm damage all the way through. They travel the entire Southeast to take care of roofs. Very honest, very knowledgeable group right there. Greer Roofing, that's G-R-I-E-R, Roofing. All right, looks like the track's telling us nothing got put down, so hopefully that's just a ploof of smoke or something happened in the slingshot car, and we'll see him second round of qualifying as Todd Blackwell was your second round of eliminations. As Todd Blackwell was your number 4 qualifier here today in qualifications. Now, folks, here you better get on the front lines right here. We've got a trap race for Ben Christopher. Ben Christopher, the number 1 qualifier out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina, in the quick time performance lane here in his beautiful Happy Days 66 Chevy 2 with a 477 cubic inch Jason Line bullet underneath the hood. And he's going to be taking on the defending world champion, the guy who won it all last year, Chase Howard out of Greer, South Carolina. Howard has had a tremendously difficult time in qualifying today and has qualified dead last. The number 16 qualifier versus the number 1 qualifier here. But we all know in this booth that Chase Howard has the power and the potential to rip off an incredible number. So Ben Christopher getting nothing easy here in first round, and is definitely going to have to earn it right here. Great pass by Ben Christopher. Dispatches our world champion in first round. Hit a pass right there from Ben Christopher. That is almost a new ET record. And I'm telling you what, it took every bit of it. As Chase Howard, folks, he put down a number, but Ben Christopher answered and then some. So Ben Christopher will move on to round number 2 with that impressive victory right there. I tell you what, that run right there of Ben Christopher's makes me wish that I could announce the lapse time. And there it is, sitting in the quick time performance lane. That is the Night Stalker, driven by Greg Porter. That Night Stalker, 1955 Chevy out of the Highway 123 Speed Shop over in Greenville. Gene Fulton Power Plant underneath the hood for him. He's the number 12 qualifier here today in round number 1. His wife, Sandra, bringing her husband back to the starting blocks. He's going to be taking on Steve McNamara in his first ever race here in the Southeast Gassers. McNamara in the car that he calls Little Johnny had an impressive qualifying run. He finds himself in the number 5 spot in qualifying, but up against a monster right here in the Night Stalker. Night Stalker bouncing real hard off the starting line. Greg's, man, what a job driving that Night Stalker right there. He is Greg Porter. But he does not get to the finish line first. That is going to be Steve McNamara getting to the finish line first. But what a race. That Night Stalker started into just bouncing up and down on the starting line. Saw white smoke underneath the tires. Greg Porter grabbed second gear. The Night Stalker did respond, and he got down track a little bit loose, washed over into the gray near the wall, and that's all McNamara needed to drive by him on the big end. So Night Stalker going to be put on the trailer early today here in Alabama. Another great matchup right here. That's going to be Greg Stelz, the number 10 qualifier out of Wapaka, Wisconsin, in the Joker, the 1957 Pontiac. 477 cubic inches of home-built motor out of Greg's Speed Shop. He started his own motor shop right there. And campaigning at 477. He's going to go down the track alongside the number 7 qualifier, and that is none other than Alan Pittman in the Gravedigger 2 out of Greenville, South Carolina, with the 477 cubic inch Fulton underneath the hood for him. Pittman takes the win right there and moves on to round number 2. Looking at the elapsed times, definitely a problem for Greg Stelz down the racetrack. And Alan Pittman takes advantage and moves on to round number 2. Poor old Barry Lynn can't catch a break. The number 15 qualifier in Barry Lynn out of Greer, South Carolina. He's going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane in the 65 Chevy two-door wagon, a low red wagon. He's going to beat up against another big red monster right here, and that's the Instigator, driven by the Big Chief out of Kimberly. None other than Ken Rainwater, defending B-Gas World Champion. So it's now gas competition. One-way technologies underneath the hood for the Big Chief. Barry Lynn sticking with the Par Race engine, who he has been campaigning for years. I'm telling you what, that's a good drag race. Ken Rainwater gets there first. Barry Lynn, big wagon, he really was laying it down. Barry Lynn has had to step up to the competition, and he keeps doing better and better with his car, but not enough to take out the Big Chief Ken Rainwater right there, as Rainwater will move on to take on Alan Pittman in the second round. Oh, now this is a battle I've been wanting to see right here. A couple of 55, a couple of 55 on the starting line right now. That is going to be the number 6 qualifier and 2024 world champ, Leslie Horn. He's going to take on the number 11 qualifier, Blake Housley, who's had some trouble here today in the Mr. Quick 1955 Chevy. Housley out of Lee's Summit, Missouri, with that Rare and Morrison power underneath the hood, 477 cubic inches of Rare and Morrison power, 477 cubic inches of King Fulton power underneath the hood for Leslie Horn. 6 pair out. This looks like it could be a doozy right here. Whoa, both cars bucking and rocking around this thing. Housley goes toward the wall when his car moves up. He has to think better. Bumpy ride on the racetrack. Leslie moved on. Been a tough day for that Mr. Quick car, as it's been pretty erratic. Plenty of horsepower in that car. There's no doubt about that. That Rare and Morrison name just screams horsepower. If you remember, that was the engine builder and car owners for the famous late great Lee Shepard, as he campaigned for multiple Pro Stock World Championships. So they know what they're doing when it comes to big cubic inch carbureted motors. All right, 7th pair out finds the number 3 qualifier. That is Dean Jonas in the Agent Orange over in the Quick Time Performance lane. Girlfriend Colette bringing back Dean Jonas out of Mountain Valley, North Carolina. Longtime fabricator for TM Race Cars, Tommy Moody Race Cars. It's Jonas. And in the Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane. That's going to be very driver of the Iron Eagle split window Corvette. It has a 451 cubic inch G full power plant underneath the hood for him. Right lane, guys. Something flew off Adler's car. Jonas going to get to the stripe first. Dean Jonas with a whole shot win right there as the better ET went to. But Dean Jonas beat him off the starting line. So a whole shot win right there for Dean Jonas as he moves on to round number 2. So something flew off Adler's car, went into the right-hand lane. Going to give it a quick little check, maybe a little bit of a mop out there. Looks like track crew is doing a good job here today. We really appreciate them and all their hard work. All right, now interesting matchup coming up for the last pair out. The number 8 versus the number 9 qualifier. A couple of beautiful 41 Willises are going to find their way to the starting line here. The orange peeler, driven by the number 8 qualifier, Scott Badisilich from here in Alabama. He's going to take on Knoxville, Tennessee racer Brad Henry in the Wild Child, who's the number 9 qualifier. Winner of this matchup right here, going to get the number 1 qualifier, Ben Christopher, in the next round. So lots of implications here. A couple of beautiful 41 Willises. I don't know a time. It's been a long time since a couple of 41 Willises went down the track alongside each other. I got to think back to Quayne Stott and the late great Gene Cromer by the last 2 that I remember. Now, it could have been the devil of Gary, I forgot his last name. He's since retired. He and Quayne could have run, but I don't remember. Steven, you got something on me over there? Last time 241 Willises, would it be Cromer and Stott? I think that might be right. So you guys are going to get to see a couple of 41 Willises go down the track right now. As soon as that we get to go from the track, we're going to fire them and bring them around the corner.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
All right, Badisilich in it with a little short burnout. Brad Henry out of Knoxville, Tennessee, over here in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane in the Marina Blue 41 Willis. The orange peeler of Badisilich, appropriately painted orange. 2,634 pounds is what this Willis weighs in the left-hand lane of Brad Henry. In the quick time performance lane, that's where Badisilich finds the orange peeler. So Badisilich touches the center line, but Brad Henry drives by him. So Brad Henry gets the win right there. Badisilich, that car went left on him, made him touch the center line. So when you touch it, I think it's a cross here. But I don't know if it's you got to cross it or if you touch it. But track officials will let you know. But nonetheless, Brad Henry takes the win on performance, as that'll conclude round number 1 of qualifying. So if you're looking to get you something good and cold to drink, get you something to eat, now's the time. We also got your Southeast Gasser gear right over here. Stephen Smith and Holly Smith. Great time to grab you a t-shirt, an event poster, anything Southeast Gasser gear related. They are the official merchandiser of Southeast Gasser. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Superior Performance Transmission, our event sponsor here today at Holiday Raceway. And I got to be honest with you, I've been really happy being here at Holiday Raceway. Good little facility. Love to see you guys out here packing it in. Hope to bring you even more better action as the day goes on and competition dwindles down to the finals. Now we're going to run an exhibition run right here of the Dixie Twister. The Dixie Twister car was a car that was, as I said before, it was campaigned by Houston Platt back in 1965. Houston Platt was a factory Chevy driver, made his living for his family drag racing. And the Dixie Twister was the moniker, the name that he put on all his race cars. So Chevrolet come up with the Chevy 2, and they made a fastback version. Only about 6 cars were manufactured in that fastback version. And they manufactured them for road racing application. They thought it would be good in a road racing application, which, as I've always said, Chevrolet's crazy anyway. That's why everybody should buy a Ford. Ha ha, very funny. But anyway, Platt saw this car and said the aerodynamics of it would be great, he felt like, in drag racing. And so they gave him one to drag race after kind of a failed road racing application with that car. He did well with it, went on to win many races. And so Sonny Hall was a racer here in the very beginning of the Southeast Gassers. He's out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Sonny Hall commissioned this car to be rebuilt. This is a replica of that 1965 Dixie Twister that Houston Platt campaigned. But he wanted to make sure that he had the permission and the go from the Platt family. So he got in touch with Rocky Platt, his brother, and Houston Platt's widow, and asked, and they gave him permission to do that. That car was built by Kelvin Cannon, who you see in competition here today in the loose cannon. And it is a wonderful representation if you've seen the pictures of the Dixie Twister back in the day. It is a mechanically fuel-injected big block, and it runs on methanol, and it has an altered wheelbase, thus the AFX. It's an A-gas factory experimental car. And that AFX class didn't last too long in NHRA racing. It kind of fast forwarded straight on to the nitro flip top funny cars. And so now we have another twist to this story. We have a third generation racer in Robbie Walden, the grandson of Lamar Walden, Mr. 409, driving this Dixie Twister that is now owned by Rocky Platt that you see there. Rocky's our race director in the white shirt. What Robbie Walden thinks about doing a half-track burnout on Mickey Thompson. He gives Robbie a great sense of satisfaction of seeing his dad's car go down the racetrack. A third-generation driver in Robbie Walden driving that car and his youthful exuberance to be in it. And so we present to you right now the 1965 Chevy 2 Fastback, the Dixie Twister, driven by Robbie Walden. That was smooth. Now remember, this car is not Southeast Gasser legal. This is an experimental exhibition type car that we bring out here, that Rocky brings so he can celebrate his father's history and pass his history along to the young and people who want to see it. We need our C gas competitors as well as our P gas competitors to the lanes for round number 2 eliminations. So C gas and B gas to the lanes now for your second round of eliminations.
Whether it's tires for your off-roading application, your street rod, and certainly the world of drag racing, from junior dragsters to the popular ET Drag Slick, which some of the top competitors in the Southeast Gassers Association drag racing use to perform at a high level. It is Mickey Thompson and high performance being synonymous for over decades. Those Mickeys are sticky. Get stuck with high performance with Mickey Thompson. Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia, and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services. Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment.
Here at Quick Time Performance, we give you what you need to put some attitude in your truck. Why settle for the same dull, boring commute that everyone else subscribes to? Life is too short to be stuck in a bland appliance every day. Grab a set of QuickTime electric cutouts and say goodbye to ordinary.
Tap, tap. Who's there? Ice cold beer. Because at Wings, etc., cold beer is always on tap.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
C gas and B gas staging lanes, please. C gas and B gas to staging. Since this is kind of like some old timey drag racing, if you would like to see some old music right here at Holiday Raceway, May the 16th, the Woodstock Music Festival, the annual music festival brought to you by the town of Woodstock. The headliner will be Montgomery Gentry. They will be here May the 16th here at Holiday Raceway. Also, here on Thursday nights, if you've got a vehicle at your house, your grandmother's car that she lets you go to the grocery store in, you want to see what it runs, you can come up here on Thursday nights. Everyone's welcome. Run what you brung. Thursday night, tips and food here every Thursday night from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock here at Holiday Raceway. And on Saturdays, we have bracket racing. And check us out on our Facebook at Holiday Raceway and webpage www.holidayraceway.com for upcoming events.
We need B gas to the lanes, please. B gas, we need you in the lanes, please, for your second round of eliminations. All right, Heath Adams gets a bye run by virtue of being the number 2 qualifier today. And this will be the last bye that's in the bracket, but he is going to run. And it sounds like from his burnout, he's going to make a pass for elapsed time because he'll be either taking on Ernie Smith or Todd Oden, a couple of the big hitters here in C-Gas. But we can't overlook Adams. He's a big hitter in the C-Gas as well, winning the last race that he competed in at Shady Side Dragway at the end of the 25 season. Didn't make the first race of 26. I don't know what reason he didn't, but I'm sure it was a good one. And I absolutely love it. I can look right down in the car and see these guys at work in their office. And it's pretty darn cool. It gives me a different perspective right here. And I saw Heath Adams turn the steering wheel twice before he got to the 60-foot mark. These things are specially built to be a handful. And he's got to shift gears on top of that. So a lot of respect to these drivers and what they do while they're inside their office of that race car. B gas, you need to be in the lanes. B gas. All right, and there's that matchup to whoever wins this one is going to take on Heath Adams. That is the performance right lane. It hits 60-60, shift to 4-door. Priority heating and air, Ike's Corner Grill, and Wings, etc. Bowling Springs on the side right there for Ernie. He's going to be taking on the big dog right here, Godfather Todd Oden, the Godfather of Steve Gas, 1958 Del Rey out of Birmingham, Alabama. Todd, a 2-time world champion in the Southeast Gassers, and finished 3rd in our points last year. A little congratulations from his wife Gina as she goes by as the Oden gets ready to take this one-way technology motor down the racetrack. Ernie Smith all over the center line, has to jerk it back to the right. Todd Oden keeps it straight and takes the lead. That was a good one. Todd Oden serving notice that Jaron Purdue isn't the only one he can go fast out here today. That is a heck of a pass right there for Oden. He did not get the record ET right there, but he is all over the top of it, serving notice to Jaron Purdue that this is not going to be an easy race to win. Purdue or anybody, and nothing in Southeast Gassers is. All right, couple of good racers right here. Two senior statesmen who got a lot of passes underneath their belt. The man they call the Godfather out of Hammond, Louisiana, that is none other than Larry Cummins in the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane in his Falcon called the Jumping Jack Flash. 299 inches of small block underneath the hood for him. He's going to race Jeff Jones. One-Way Technologies, Jeff Jones, with a one-way motor underneath that Renegade that is owned by Ken Rainwater. Jones out of Washington, Indiana. Once again, Larry Cummins from Hammond, Louisiana. These two guys, two of the nicest ones you meet, but they are dead set to win each other and knock them out right here. Cummings having some problems getting off the line. Jones with a victory. Really hoping to see him in the Jumping Jack flag, and he was not able to get a good launch right there off the line. Fourth pair out, going to find our defending world champion, Jared Purdue, in that 62 wagon. He's going to be taking on Randy Kiefer in that 56 Pontiac Chieftain wagon. The Fine Tickler 2. A couple of wagons coming up to you next right here. And that's what makes the Southeast Gassers great. Chevy 2s to wagons to 55 Chevys. We got them all right here in competition here today. So Purdue chooses the QuickTime Performance right lane, putting Kiefer over here in the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane. Kiefer out of Cookville, Tennessee. Other performance underneath the hood for him. Purdue uses the Gene Fulton power plant. A little small block under the hood for him. You'll hear the RPMs come up really high right here for Purdue as he leads the launch. About second gear on, it was nothing for Purdue. Kiefer gave him all the time. Yep. One side, and Heath Adams and Todd Oden in the semifinals on the other side. We need A gas to the lanes, please. A gas. We need you to the lanes, please, for a second round of competition. You want me to tell somebody from his? Looks like Randy Kiefer having some problems getting back to the pits. We're going to have to get him off the big end up there above the return road before we can move on. doing? What? All right, they're getting Kiefer off the top end of the racetrack. We're getting ready to get back to racing action right here with B Gas. Once again, I love being in this left lane. I can just look right down at the cars. These guys are working their rear ends off, and we appreciate all the work that our grounds crew, our track crews doing out here today too. They had this track prepared with a lot of teeth in it today, and made some crew chiefs out there adjust some clutches, do some things. But man, this racetrack's really been good today. We've seen a C gas record as Jaron Purdue has the now new ET record, but Todd Oden only about 1,000 off of that. I'm telling you what, that is razor sharp competition that we've had out here today, and we hope that each of you have enjoyed your time being here today, and our fans watching online through our live feed. We thank you for watching, and we hope that we've been able to bring you some enjoyment today through our racing here today, and we'll be back to action in just a moment. Tell you something else while we got a down minute. As I told you, I'm a food connoisseur, but I've had to back off of what I eat. But they just brought me a corn dog from that concession stand over our folks, and it ain't no box corn dog that you buy at Sam's. They got real cornmeal on them corn dogs. I just ate one of the best corn dogs I've ever had in my life. Much less it blows any racetrack corn dog all the way. If y'all hungry, grab y'all one of them corn dogs. I'm telling you, they got other good stuff over there, I'm sure, too. That corn dog was on the money. We getting ready for big gas as they come rolling around the corner, and we'll keep this train rolling in just a moment. Hey, gassers, I done called you once. We need you to the lanes, please. Need gassers to the lanes for second round of competition. First pair out right here. We got the number 3 qualifier, Wayne Swafford in the Leroy, over in the quick time performance right lane. Gene Fulton power plant underneath the hood for 306 cubic inches. The cubic inches the choice for him. And in the Larice Motorsports left-hand lane, that 23-year-old Birmingham native Michael Oden in his one-way technology prepared motor underneath the hood of his Chevy 2. His mother Gina bringing him up to the line. Crew Chief Joey Reed right in the back of the car, making sure where Michael leaves on his RPM. He turns on the red light. Red is dead. Wayne Swafford moves on. Michael just a little too quick on that clutch right there. He had to be. Good competitor right there. That was going to be a great drag race had the red light not caught Oden. We'll need the Bugs down to the starting line after A Gas runs. Bugs to the starting line after A Gas runs their round coming up. Not really. Little man did that. He catch me. right, here's Ted McKee, Lenore City, Tennessee, the number 1 qualifier here today. Going to receive a bye run here in round number 2 because of the odd number of cars that we have entered. 1 of 2 byes that are in this bracket today. McKee's going to receive it right here. Now, question is, will he make a run for ET, which, judging by his burnout, you would think he would, because he's going to take on Wayne Swafford, the number 3 qualifier, coming up in the semifinals. So that's going to be a heck of a semifinal run right there. Y'all on the tree? Computer malfunction up here in the tower. We got to reset it and let Ted McKee do it again. As you heard him after he was staged, his RPMs came up, but the tree did not come down. Right there for McKee. I don't know if that got him a lap time. When you have a malfunction like that, he needed to back off of there, go through the stage, go through pre-stage, let the tree come down so he could stay sharp in his leaving. You know, he didn't want to take the tree and move on. All right, last pair here in B Gas, round number 2. Mike Blackwell out of Campobello, South Carolina, going to be in the Race Motorsports Insurance left-hand lane in his car called the Thunderstruck, that 55 Thunderbird. Florida, Tennessee racer Charlie Lee going to be over in the quick time performance lane on the right-hand side. He has favored this lane all day. When he had a little trouble in the left-hand lane. So that might be something his competition's looking at. They are ever able to have lane choice themselves over me. Winner of this one going to get a bye all the way to the finals. It's a big round right here. Huge if Mike Blackwell could knock off Charlie Lee right here. Whoa, Mike Blackwell crosses the center line and eliminates himself. That car got a little squirrely out there. Mike did a great job. Put him in a foul situation. And Charlie Lee will move on to the semifinals and get a bye in said semifinals. And he'll move to the finals and await the winner of Ted McKee and Wayne Swafford. This is a good competition in B-Gas today. Not as many cars as we're used to seeing in B-Gas, but the competition has been really, really fast.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, this is Steve McNamara, and you know all that smoke that you saw out of the slingshot, that ended up being a blown motor for the slingshot. So here, Steve McNamara is going to have a competition single by virtue of the failure of the motor of Blackwell. We hate that for Blackwell, but that's the way it goes in racing. So Steve McNamara going to have a competition single here in round number 2. All right, a little 3/4 pull right there for McNamara. To the semifinals in his first race ever with the Southeast Gassers, which is rather fortunate that you don't really find that a whole lot. That's kind of beginner's luck, but kind of, you know, I'm sure he'd rather have a competition single to get there than to have to face Blackwell at his best. So A gas has come in as we get ready to complete the second round of A gas. Coming up next, going to be Ben Christopher and Brad Henry. All right, there's Ben Christopher. Performance Lane, the number 1 qualifier here today. Based line, 477 cubic inch big block Chevy underneath the hood. There you see wood coating on the side right there. Thai Taste, Bars Quality Floor Wash, and Par 3 Automotive helping Ben Christopher pay the bills to get down the racetrack every week. Henry out of Knoxville, Tennessee, going to be in the Reese Motorsports Insurance left lane with a G motor underneath the hood for him, 477 cubic inches, the cubic inches of choice for Brad Henry. Oh, Brad Henry out of control. Brad Henry hits the wall. Don't see the car turn over or anything like that, but Brad Henry crosses the center line after Ben is already through, and he touches the wall out there on the right-hand side. Folks, stay off the racetrack. We got emergency personnel that will be responding. They're already there checking on Brad Henry. We got EMTs en route as we speak. We'll let you know something just as quick as we know something here in the tower. Didn't look like a hard impact, just looked like he may have kissed it a little bit on the right wall. I see Henry out of the race car, looks like. So ask Rocky to give us an update. Ask Rocky to give us an update. All right, we do have a report from the top end that Brad Henry is fine. Everything's working fine for him, and just bumped a wall out there, and he's going to be out of competition. And got a lot of work to do to that beautiful Henry J, but nonetheless, Ben Christopher does escape and march on as he was already past Henry. And the Knoxville driver will need a little help loading that car tonight, I'm sure, before he makes the track back up the interstate. So we'll be down for a little while, folks. And as we are, make sure you get over and get you some of the officially licensed merchandise of the Southeast Gassers. The Southeast Gasser gear tent right there near the burnout box. That's where you'll find Stephen and Holly Smith with all your officially licensed merchandise, event posters from here today, as well as other race event posters that you could have signed by all your drivers. And folks, while we're here and we are dwindling down towards semifinals, just to let you know, you can see the winner's circle right there at Holiday Raceway in the staging lanes. We invite all the fans that would like to stay, meet the drivers, maybe even have their picture made with the drivers in victory lane. So please do so. You're all invited to do that and be a part of the award ceremony here today at Holiday Raceway. Make sure you go over and find you something refreshing to eat or drink at the concession stand. Telling you what, that corn dog, I can't quit raving about that corn dog. That was real cornmeal, not some crap out of a box that you warm up at the microwave. Those people over there in the concession stand got it going on, son. That was a good corn dog right there. Like Randy Farkles, that's a pretty good representation of it right there. That thing was really good. And go over and get you something fresh to drink, fresh to eat. Go see some of our drivers. They got T-shirts for sale as well. If you like a specific car, go by their pit. Check them out. They may have a T-shirt for sale up there. Most of them do. And you can support your favorite driver right there like that. Help them pay that $6 a gallon diesel bill that they're putting in those things that get about 5 to 7 miles a gallon to get down here to Holiday Raceway. It's been a great day here so far at Holiday, and we appreciate all the staff and the patrons who have come through the door. Yes, I call you patrons just like at the Augusta National because we know that you could have been somewhere else today, and we're glad that you came out and spent the day with us. Once again, we'll be down for a few minutes right here as we clean up in the top end, and we'll be back to action in a gas.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
I'm usually more of an eater than a speaker, but I'd like to propose a toast. Here's to weekly specials on ice-cold beer, tankers, and taps. Here's to the interweb and being a clickety-clack away from smoked rib tips, jumbo shrimp, and world-famous wings. Congratulations, Wings Etc. You make any day special.
Love the sound of a gasser banging through the gears as it makes a pass? Do you want that same feeling in your streetcar or truck? We've got the exhaust systems and parts that bring that iconic rumble straight from the golden age of drag racing. With a QuickTime Performance electronically controlled exhaust system, you can have race car loud with the flip of a switch or a push of a button. Give your ride that gasser sound it deserves.
Whether it's tires for your off-roading application, your street rod, and certainly the world of drag racing, from junior dragsters to the popular ET Drag Slick, which some of the top competitors in the Southeast Gassers Association drag racing use to perform at a high level. It is Mickey Thompson, and high performance being synonymous for over decades. Those Mickeys are sticky. Get stuck with high performance with Mickey Thompson.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Summit Racing Equipment. From the store, the catalog, or online, you can get your street rod, hot rod, personal ride, and even race car, including a Southeast Gassers Association ride, ready for action. Build with Summit Racing Equipment. Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia, and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your #1 source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services.
Tap, tap. Who's there? Ice cold beer. Because at Wings Etc., cold beer is always on tap.
Thank you all for watching Southeast Gases Association Eliminations from Holiday Raceway, presented by Superior Performance Transmissions. If you would, hit the like button. Also, share this stream to your other social media outlets. We'd appreciate it here from Sega.
The instigator, what he's calling his A gas, and he's going to be taking on Alabama, South Carolina, in his Chevy in the motor left lane. He just debuted. Can't make the field here in 6. Rainwater, he still does not have his A gas motor, but couldn't tell me by the way that he's been clicking off elapsed times here today. Holiday Raceway. Moving so hard that it pulled up in second gear. That car was really on a pass. But Ken Rainwater takes the win and moves on to the semifinals by virtue of Pittman hitting those center lines and killing the blocks. So we're not going to be bringing the next pair around the corner just yet because we got to get those reflectors out there. To you in just a moment. Before we do, we want to thank some of our fine sponsors, Greer Roofing and Superior Performance Transmission, the sponsor of today's race, Superior Performance Transmission. Greer Roofing is series sponsor with us, Grier. Look them up online, Greer Roofing. They service all the Southeast. Any type of roofing needs from commercial to home. Mickey Thompson Tires, Wings, etc. Boiling Springs, Scott McFalls and all his crew over there at Wings, etc. Boiling Springs do a great job right there. And we've got cars fired coming around the corner here for the last matchup. That is going to be Leslie Horn in the Chick Magnet versus Dean Jonas in the Agent Orange. We don't race them on paper, but on paper, Dean Jonas has had a better day today. Leslie Horn, the 6th qualifier. Dean Jonas, the 3 qualifier. But once again, as I always say, they don't race them on paper. You got to get it done out here in this 660-foot strip. Dean Jonas in the Agent Orange has favored this right-hand lane all day. His girlfriend Colette bringing him back in his tracks. 477 cubic inch big block under the hood for both of these drivers. Dean Jonas receives a little bit of help from the Fulton competition crew over there, but he does a lot of his own work. Leslie Horn, Fulton race engine right there. We found something on the racetrack. Looks like Rocky Flats holding everybody up. He said we can race. Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane going to be occupied by Leslie Horn, the Chick Magnet, a 2-time world champion in A-gas. Robbins Repairables there on the side. Leslie Horn, the winner of over 23 races in his Southeast Gasser career in this Chick Magnet car. Got a little staging war going on here. Jonas looking over at Horn. Horn not going in. Nobody going in right here to stage. My final matchup. Dean Jonas says, I'm not going in. Looking over at Horn. Horn not even phased and not looking forward. Nobody moving right here, folks. Those motors just building heat. Leslie Horn inches forward, goes in shallow. Very now Horn in. Horn takes a little bit of a sachet in the middle. That had everything for the race right there. Leslie Horn and Dean Jonas, neither one of them going in. And let me tell you something, folks. These guys are friends of mine. We eat together 3 or 4 times a week. We eat lunch together. But when they got to that starting line, there ain't no friends right there. Dean Jonas was bound and determined, and Leslie Horn was going in first. And Leslie Horn did go in first. Out he got to the finish line and took the win right there. And now they'll probably go out here and laugh about it. And they'll probably pat each other on the back after they get off the return. We need B gas. B as in boy to the starting staging lanes. B as in boy to the staging lanes. Next up, we're going to have Super Stock coming your way. All right, semifinal action in Superstock. Tony Nowosadski right here in the 56. He's in Gardendale, Alabama, homegrown product right here. Well, I'd say he moved to Gardendale. His accent kind of gives it away that Nowosadski is not native to Alabama. Then you got Rob Walden over there from Doraville, Georgia, at 63 Biscayne, and he's been staying in that quick performance straight lane all day. So we'll see if Nowosadski's got enough to knock him out in the Reese Motorsports League, or if Rob Walden will continue his march to the final. Rob Walden takes the win. And Jerry Dean going to have a solo pass right here. Will he run for a lapse time? I see Karen out there making her marks. So it looks like he's going to make a full pull right here, so he'll have lane choice. Jerry Dean going to test out the Larice Motorsports left lane, as he has favored the right lane with lane choice right in the quick time performance lane. There comes the Lacey's Spring, Alabama racer, Jerry Dean, the Dean of Superstock, we call him. In the last Rebel 2, his little Chevy 2 right there. Karen Mitchell out front, the crew chief. I like to call Karen Mitchell the straw that stirs the drink right there in that crew. And she is the crew chief, and long history for Karen Mitchell. She grew up with her father on mountain drag strips here in Alabama and other places. He has taken knowledge and poured it in here to Jerry Dean, and they, like I said earlier today, they have not been beaten, but maybe twice in 2.5 years of competition. One of those might have been a red light where Jerry kind of got mixed up on some things and turned on the red light. Jerry Dean didn't even bring the RPMs up to a high rev before he dropped the clutch right there, but nonetheless. Be finishing that up pretty quickly right here. Move on to C Gas semifinals. B Gas, B as in boy, we need you to the lanes, please. B Gas, we need you to the lanes, please. B as in boy. When you want bugs. When you want bugs. After the next day.
How about that announcer? Let's give our announcer a good hand. He's done a good job here today. He follows the Southeast Gassers across the country when they're racing. It takes a lot to do this and sit still long enough to do it on a regular basis, and we want him to know that we really do appreciate it. If you haven't had a chance to check out the concession stand is open. While we wrap it up here, getting close to the finals, if you hadn't had a chance to visit the merch store, Southeast Gassers merch store over here in the burnout section, make your way over here and mingle through the pits and meet some of the drivers and talk to them and tell them you thank them for coming down here to Holiday Raceway. And don't forget, coming up May the 16th, Montgomery Gentry in concert here live at Holiday Raceway.
What? Seriously?
Montgomery is.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
You won't believe people ask me about Gentry. They'll say something about that. We get every year we have a concert. We've had Colt Ford, Lloyd Morgan. Colt Ford was good. That's the best one we had. Tracy Lawrence. That was good.
All right, first pair out right here going to be Heath Adams and Todd Oden. All right, Heath Adams out of Greenville, South Carolina in the Rusty Bullet. Number 2 qualifier here today finds himself in the quick time for right lane. Todd Oden out of Birmingham, Alabama, the number 6 qualifier here today. Semifinals here in his 58 Delray, and he'll be in the Motorsports Insurance left lane. His wife Gina stands at the front of the car, as always. Technology providing power for Oden, once again out of Birmingham, Alabama, and Gene Fulton and Fulton Competition providing the horsepower underneath the Alan Pittman prepared race car of Heath Adams. Todd Oden takes the win at Heath Adams knew he had a tough chore ahead of him. Oden continues to click off some great elapsed times. And unfortunately, red means dead in the Southeast Gassers and all drag racing. That's what Heath Adams saw as he was out the tree. He was red. And Todd Oden moves on to the finals. We'll find out who he is going to face in just a moment. V-Gas coming your way here in just a moment. That's going to pit Ted McKee, the number 1 qualifier, versus Wayne Swafford, the number 3 qualifier. These guys went down the track alongside each other in both rounds of qualifying today. A little bit out of third. Wayne Swafford. Anything can happen here. And, not all runs are the same. So that's going to be a good one. Charlie Lee's going to have a bye run right here. So Charlie Lee will be in the finals. And see who he'll face will be either Ted McKee or Wayne Swafford. And we'll see those in just a moment. Ted McKee choosing the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Out of Lenoir City, Tennessee, the Rocky Top Missile. Tim Freeman race engine underneath the hood there for Ted McKee. McKee, a former world champion in 2024 here in the Southeast Gassers. Runner-up last year to Ken Rainwater. Wayne Swafford out of Fingerville, South Carolina. The car he calls Leroy. Chevy 2 right here, built by Willie Edwards and maintained by Brian Harris Race Car. Gene Fulton race engine underneath the hood for him, 306 cubic inches. Ted McKee takes the win right there. Victory. 500 of 500 of I tell you what, that could have been final anywhere we went, folks, and a good one at that. That 3:30 time right there is what Wayne Swafford will be looking to improve on. That's really what got him. He got to that 3:30, and then it was all over then. A gas, we need you to the lanes, please. A gas, we need you in the lanes, please. Charlie Lee going to be in the right-hand side here. The quick time lane he has favored all day. Doesn't look like he's going to try to make a run for any lane choice. So Ted McKee, being that he favored the race in that run, so Charlie Lee will take on Ted McKee in the Rocky Top Missile in our B-Gas finals. We need to move our A-Gas car to the lane, please. One of the reasons that A-Gas is not already in the lane, folks, we have to give them time to cool their engine down and service their motor. And that takes about 20 to 30 minutes from the time the last car goes through the lights. And so that's one of the reasons that you don't see A-Gas right behind this group of B-Gassers. And I wanted to explain that to you because usually we like to do that to keep our show rolling, to keep it moving. But in fairness to our drivers, we have to make sure that they can cool their cars down, service them, fuel them, and then get them back to the starting line.
I'm usually more of an eater than a speaker, but I'd like to propose a toast. Here's to weekly specials on ice cold beer, tankers, and taps. Here's to the interweb and being a clickety-clack away from smoked rib tips, jumbo shrimp, and world-famous wings. Congratulations, Wings Etc. You make any day special.
Whether it's tires for your off-roading application, your street rod, and certainly the world of drag racing, from junior dragsters to the popular ET Drag Slick, which some of the top competitors in the Southeast Gassers Association drag racing use to perform at a high level. It is Mickey Thompson, and high performance being synonymous for over decades. Those Mickeys are sticky. Get stuck with high performance with Mickey Thompson. Harbin's Mechanical serves Atlanta, Georgia, and its metro area. From the big jobs downtown to the jobs in your hometown of the suburbs, they are your number one source for your HVAC and refrigeration needs in Atlanta and its metro area. Stay cool in Hotlanta with Harbin's Mechanical Services.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Here at QuickTime Performance, we give you what you need to put some attitude in your truck. Why settle for the same dull, boring commute that everyone else subscribes to? Life is too short to be stuck in a bland appliance every day. Grab a set of QuickTime electric cutouts and say goodbye to ordinary.
Tap, tap. Who's there? Ice cold beer. Because at Wings Etc., cold beer is always on tap.
All our bugs need to report to the bottom of the racetrack after we finish this round of semifinals in A. All bugs report to the track after we finish this round of racing in A gas. Thank you. Want to thank both those drivers, Leslie Horn and Ken Rainwater, for cutting it a little bit short to get up here to put this show on for you. Semifinals coming up right here. Ben Christopher and Steve McNamara. McNamara, the big question mark here, he's got a good running race car. First time he's ever been with us. And to be honest with you, making a good showing here today from Tyler, Texas. Made that long haul to get here. We appreciate it and glad to have him as part of the Southeast Gassers. There's that signature abbreviated burnout by Ben Christopher. Not a guy who likes to get those Mickey harkens back to the name that his dad had. He drove that gas back in the 60s. 477 cubic inch. Big block by Jason Line underneath there. Sponsored by Woodman Towing and Par 3 Automotive and Par 3 Car Wash here in Boiling Springs, South Carolina. Steve McNamara in the car called Little Johnny. Once again, don't know much about the motor. Hasn't got a whole lot on him. I see Octane and Iron Speed Shop on the side right there. Helping pay some bills here. Going down the track. Moves on to the finals. There's Ben Christopher here today in the Happy Days. He'll take on the winner of the next pair down, Ken Rainwater or Leslie Horn, as soon as we get that reflector fixed. Folks, if you've been thinking about any merchandise, I can tell you the Southeast Gasser Gear tent will probably be shutting down at the beginning of finals. So you might want to go over and make your final purchases there from Stephen and Holly Smith. Get you some officially licensed merchandise from the Southeast Gasser and let them know you came here to the Bama Bash here at Holiday Raceway today. All right, the Chick Magnet of Leslie Horn out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina, going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane. Leslie Horn there in that 55 Chevy. Probably that car is the winningest race car in Southeast Gasser history because before Leslie Horn bought it, it was campaigned by Shannon Smith to 2 championships itself and multiple wins when it was under the name of Pale Rider. He's going to be taking on the Kimberly, Alabama racer in Rainwater, the big chief over there in the car he calls the Instigator, the new car that he is debuting here this year with the one-way power underneath the hood. Ken Rainwater, the big chief, already in the pre-stage. Chick Magnet rolls in. Rainwater goes in deep. Good drag race right here, folks. And Leslie Horn in the Chick Magnet keeps it straight down the racetrack as Rainwater had a little bit of a sachet in it, not much. That was a good drag race. Rainwater beat him on reaction time as he went in deep. But by the 3:30 mark, Leslie Horn had made that ground up and drove on to victory. 130 miles an hour, mile per hour for Leslie Horn, 129.7 mile per hour as they went through the speed traps down there for Ken Rainwater. I tell you what, folks, come finals time now, we're going to turn on the scoreboards and you're going to see the elapsed times and the miles per hour when it comes down to finals. We do that at every event. So if you haven't really enjoyed the fact that there's been no elapsed times shown and no miles per hour shown, that all will change in the finals as we will turn the boards on and put ET and miles per hour up so you can see the exact tail of the tape. We'll be down for a few minutes. We got our bug interviews coming up, and we will be back to action just as soon as possible.
Hey, y'all having fun?
Yeah, we're having fun.
Is it your first time?
Yeah.
No, not your
Being
first.
here,
How about Southeast Gassers? You like it? But it's your first time watching them.
yeah.
Cool.
Good audio. We're good. Good audio.
Was it good? Good job. Yeah, yeah.
I'm getting my ass kicked. Just watch the show.
Seven is back with my dad, many of us raised. These girls are always so important, and they're important now because we get a lot of stuff on social media that against these girls. These girls are the biggest part of this team in the truth. It's just they hogs with it. They're very special. Just being, we appreciate them. Do it before they take the mic and introduce themselves, and so you back up.
Hi guys, my name is Alexis Phillips. I'm the Hello y'all. I'm Alexis Phillips. I'm out of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm the previous driver of the 56 Chevy Flower. Currently, that's Instigator, Gold Digger 2, Rocky Top Missile, Jack Black, the Ghost, Renegade, Rusty Bullet, and Sasquatch. I have a couple extra cars this weekend filling in for the team. Thank you for that opportunity.
Hi, my name's Robin Morris from Chesney, South Carolina, and I back up Leslie Chick Magnet, Ben Christopher, Happy Days, Mary Lynn, Little Red Wagon, Wayne Swafford, Leroy, Don Wilmot Stump, and today I had Brad Beverly, and I had Alexis with the best of Fulton Pack. Sorry, I was Hey, this is Keisha, and I back up my husband, Ron Jones, and a quick three. Hey, y'all.
Race Chasers, better known as the Swiss Car here, and we're from Ellenbrook. I'm Claude, I'm down at Dean Jones, Agent Orange. We're from Raleigh, North Carolina. And I'm from Vancouver, and we're from Greenville, South Carolina, and we got some stuff. I'm Chris Kelly in the loose cannon. Love and whoever. I appreciate you coming out to see us, hanging out with us. Come on, see it. Over.
All right, listen, all finalists need to be in the lanes in 10 minutes. All finalists in the lanes in 10 minutes. Finalists in the lanes in 10 minutes. All right, we need finalists in the lanes now, please. That's your 10 minutes is up. Finalists in the lanes now. Let's get to moving to the lanes now, finalists. You've earned the right to be here. Now let's get in the lanes and decide who's going to take home the cup tonight. Yep. All right, we got finalists in the lane, so everybody needs to get to their position so we can get them rolling. So let's get ready and get the racetrack ready. Now, you kids that are sitting on the wall down there, that's absolutely no good. You got to be behind the wall. Not gonna be all gathered around these cars and something happen. We don't want anything to happen to anybody. Thank you for that. Appreciate you parents moving them off the wall. As we have our finalists in the lanes now, and we're ready to rock and roll. The track personnel, let's get them ready to roll, and we will get started with finals. First final up will be Super Stock. Then we'll move to C gas, B gas, A gas, and then we'll be in the winner's circle. And remember, all fans who would like to, you can come over, be with the driver in the winner's circle. If it's one of the guys you've been pulling for, gals you've been pulling for all day, they'd love to see you over there. Some people call me Maurice. Yeah, we don't need it. We don't waste y'all's power. We'll have to turn them on in a few minutes. There's Adam Dobbs. He's hustling to his spot, bringing us those great photos, as well as Jimmy Buffalo Hall. We appreciate all our media, credentialed media that's out here today. You guy in the pink shirt, I don't know who you are, but I know you've been working your off. All right, there he is, the Dean of Superstock, Jerry Dean, going to be in the Larice Motorsports Insurance left lane as he makes another finals here at a Southeast Gasser event. Little Chevy 2 out of Lacey Spring, Alabama, going to take on the Doraville, Georgia racer, Rob Walden. Carried his 63 Biscayne with a 409 cubic inch underneath the hood for him. Little small block Chevy with power plant of choice here for Jerry Dean as he being backed up by Kieran Mitchell. Christy Burchett Rob up to the line there in a car that is called the Strychnine in honor of his father. All right, Jerry Dean takes the win right there with a 6:35 with a 5 at 107 miles an hour. To his house to put all these trophies that he's getting. He's doing a good job with it, and so is Kieran Mitchell as they're going to take home another one here today at Holiday Raceway. No, that's going to mean a lot to them. They being from Alabama, winning here in Alabama. It's going to mean a lot to them, and just as it would be to Todd Oden, who's going to come up next. And this one's going to be a barn burner right here, folks. A rematch of the finals from Shady Side that was won by Todd Oden on a hole shot. Let's see if he can pull it off in here, or if Jared Purdue's got enough horsepower up there up in the competition to take the win. The 58 Delray of the Birmingham, Alabama driver going to be in the Larice Motorsports left lane. The 1958 Delray, one-way power underneath the hood. Going to take on the 62 Chevy 2 wagon of Jared Purdue out of Peoples, Ohio. The small block G Fulton underneath the hood for him. You're going to hear some probably 20,000 RPMs between these two cars before they sidestep the clutch and get it on right here at Holiday Raceway. We sold you the entire seat, but you don't need anything. Get on your feet and watch this great match right here in Sea Gas competition. Aaron Purdue takes the win right there. Margin of victory, 200 to the second. What a drag race that was. They were almost identical. Yeah, almost identical at the 330 mark. Todd Oden, 596.9 in a losing effort to a 595.3. 595.3 to 112 was your winner. 596 at 112.98 was your loser there, Todd Oden. Hard to call a loser at 200 of a second margin of victory, but that's the way we race here in Southeast Gas. Razor thin at the finish line, and what a great race that was. Too bad somebody had to lose. Couple of beautiful side-by-side burnouts coming out of the water box right there. Just as I thought, Ted McKee wanting to stay in the left-hand Larice Motorsports Insurance lane. So that's why Charlie Lee just took the light while ago. He was down the racetrack because he's more favorable to the right-hand lane. A couple of Tennessee volunteers going to take it. Somebody from Tennessee is going to take the win here in B-Gas. Sparta, Tennessee, where Charlie Lee calls home. Lenoir City, Tennessee, where Ted McKee calls home. Tim Freeman horsepower underneath the hood of the Rocky Top Missile in the left lane. Charlie Lee, the best of my knowledge, they build their own motors right there in Sparta, Tennessee. Ted McKee with a big wheel stand. That might have been just enough to give Charlie Lee the win, and it was up in first and second gear. Charlie Lee kept those wheels on the ground. Victory right there. 3.5 hundredths of a second. 0.35 on the hundredths of a second margin of victory. Charlie Lee with a 578 with a 557 with an 8 at 120. Ted McKee with a 558 with a 4 at 121 miles an hour. Another great drag race brought to you by the Southeast Gas right there, folks. And then there were two. The combatants in A-Gas is all that's left. The fastest cars on the property here today, the kings of the sport and Southeast Gassers, come your way with the final two just around the corner. Ben Christopher with lane choice going to stay in the quick time performance right lane that he has been in pretty much all day during the eliminations. He's the number one qualifier here today in that 1966 Chevy 2 that he calls the Happy Days. Leslie Horn out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina as well. Neighbors, Horn in the 55 Chevy that he's took to 2 world championships called the Chick Magnet. He's got 477 cubic inch. Getting full big block under the hood for him. Jason Line providing the 477 cubic inch power plant for Ben Christopher. Woodfin towing there on the side. Robbins Repairables on both of these race cars. If Ben Christopher continues the way he has all day and stays steady with what he's been doing, it's going to be very difficult for Leslie Horn to win right here. But we don't race them on paper. We're going to see what happens when the green up hits right here in just a moment between these two drivers. I'm interested on looking at competitors behind. There you see the 9-loader Greg Porter anxiously at the Chevy 2. of Ben Christopher's. Richie Pugh alongside crew chief for Ben Christopher. Leslie Horn turns on the red light as he knew he had a tall order in front of him. And Ben Christopher takes the win. Not the easy. Ben Christopher's worst run of the day here was in the finals, but red means dead, and Leslie Horn turned on the red light, and Ben Christopher in the happy days takes the win here at Holiday Raceway. Folks, it has been an absolute blast being here with you today. Please tell your friends you had a kind of day you had here at Holiday Raceway. Tell them about the Southeast Masters if they don't know anything about it. Give us a look on Facebook, like, be notified every time we go live on Facebook there. Also, you can check out all the stuff that's on our YouTube channel, as well as a replay of the live stream that was just filmed here today. We thank you very much for your patronage. I know I speak for Holiday Raceway and the Southeast Gassers when I say your right foot is the restrictor plate. So let's keep them out of those roads and ditches, and we'll catch you down the road.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Tap, tap. Who's there? Ice cold beer. Because at Wings, etc., cold beer is always on tap.
Whether it's tires for your off-roading application, your street rod, and certainly the world of drag racing, from junior dragsters to the popular ET Drag Slick, which some of the top competitors in the Southeast Gassers Association drag racing use to perform at a high level. It is Mickey Thompson, and high performance being synonymous for over decades. Those Mickeys are sticky. Get stuck with high performance with Mickey Thompson.